I like what you got.
Здравия всем. Не помню. Хватит звук. Не надо. Уйди звук. Исправил. Что ж, здравия всем. Надеюсь, у всех хорошо проходит этот первый будний день, а я продолжаю играть в финалку. В прошлый раз мы свалили куда-то сюда. В лабиринте? Он так называется. Лабиринтос. Мы свалили сюда. И это место просто великолепно. Это маленький шарлинский подвал. Интересно, если этот остров вулканический, их не беспокоит то, что он вулканического происхождения, как бы. Даже если это спящий вулкан, кто его знает, может он проснется. Я, кстати, не вижу эфиритов нигде. Я их на карте видел. Их тут 3. Wasted 14. Что, ладно? С тобой мы общались. Что ж, давайте продолжим. Так. Во, великолепно. Приоткрыли. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. Хорошая идея. If you gave me my hair, I have an idea. Какая же идея? Посмотреть в коробке их? Didn't one of the gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Да. Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures. Мне кажется, это Зайка там сказал, который справа от нас. Said creatures. He might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Вполне возможно. Гриф здравия с возвращением. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Слышал? Тебе будет картофель очаровывать. Кажется, Зая был. И ты. Арнвилл. Привет. Снова я. Не прошло и дня. You wish to help me find the marmots? You wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but you are offering out of the goodness of your heart. I'd welcome the assistance. But if you... Да, погнали. Определенно, просто от чистого сердца. Хотим помочь. Без какой-либо лишней мысли. Либо сторонней цели. The name is Erenville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. This said, the capture of the Nixin marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. Grizzled mice. Nakshin marmots. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species in this tier of present. So there would be no mistaking out little fugitives. Что-то... Так, мне надо, кажется, больше чая. Минуту. Чаек. Okay. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present. Я так понимаю, по тирам он имеет в виду этот уровень высоты, потому что он тут как многоэтажный. So there should be no mistake in our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Окей, Зая, мы поможем тебе. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. Okay. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Окей, бывай. Еще один мешок. Это мы довольно часто начали пихать всяких созданий в мешки. Это тролль. Вот что это такое. Этот волосатый губу — это тролль. Ну это что такое? А. Это вы тут звуки издаете? Привет. Бум. Бум. Еще один. Бум. Бахамута на тебя нету. А, нет, стоп, вот он. Есть. Бум. Небольшой оверкилл. А нет, крыса, стой! Она сбежала. Early you have readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampered off into the underbrush. Давай налево, она будет от меня бегать. Интересно, что это за столбики тут расставлены? Это типа, что-нибудь для управления местной атмосферой? А. С другой стороны, если бы это было что-то для управления атмосферой, оно бы тут везде стояло, а не только там. Так, я тут больше нигде их не вижу. Бом. Еще будет? У-у-у. Охотящийся тролль. Ститон, кажется, промахнулся. Сквик! Оно не сбежало. Оно не сбежало. Ой, нет! Оно сбежало. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Как будет тут? Где он? А, вон он. Вижу. Не, здесь тоже есть эти столбики. Нет, показалось. Эти куда? Ну, наверху? Наверху не вижу. Но кажется, оно наверху. Иначе бы зачем еще здесь существовал тот подъем? Ага! Чуть. Пользуй мешок. Squeak. More prepared for its speed this time. You proceed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Hey. И мы снова летаем на стуле. Прикольно это место. Мне оно очень нравится. Я такого не ожидал. Я не ожидал огромнейшей подземной зоны. Я даже не ожидал обычной подземной зоны, по типу огромной пещеры и тому подобное, чтобы вся зона была подземная. Как-то подводная часть в Endwalker, в Endwalker меня меньше удивила, чем вот это. Эй, угадай, кого я нашел. Ну, твои товарищи ушли. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Вот он. This axe holds the lump wiggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. Aww. Ah, that is the odd marmot out. Wait here for a moment while I put our friends in a holding cages. Хорошо? Оп, поймал. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into their habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Yeah. Кто приказал их выловить? Why? The authority in charge is the Labyrinthus, now and in perpetuity. The same officials have had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. These were the 2 conditions I was given to this stock. I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. То бишь они либо для пропитания населения, либо для пропитания местной фауны. Типа ввести новое травоядное, чтобы местным хищникам лучше жилось. There you are, Майха. Is this the cleaner you mentioned? The one who's looking for his marmots. Yeah. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are your folk? Who are your folk, anyway? I'm Kyle of the students of Baldesion. These others are my associates. Oops. Oh, ничего не пропустил. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into the Labyrinthus. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurt to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Bye. Did you learn anything from your friend there? Да, то, что их можно хорошо и быстро разводить. Для пропитания, например. So, we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Greeners have not been informed of its purpose, что вполне логично. I'd say that fits well with everything we've heard this far. We also discovered that the operation was begun. When the operation was begun, the forum contracted the Gleaners guild ship and put their people to this great work. Some 4 days after the Telefroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I'm inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of the Labyrinthus and its archives could have been planned in so brief of a window. Nay, this plan has long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. То бишь, два варианта. Либо они готовятся к чему-то, чтобы противостоять чему-то, либо... Я думаю, они строят что-то по типу ковчега. Типа то, как Шарлен был основан этому ученым, спасшим себя и других людей с помощью ковчега. Я думаю, они планируют повторить эту ситуацию только со всем Шарленом. Плюс взять каждой твари по паре. Дополнительно. And the Telefroi's declaration was what set it in motion. It seems likely, but that has not leaped to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthus. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head into the Archeon? From there we can reach the lower... Kyle? Kyle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. This sudden descent has left me with a bit of headache. That's all. Nope. Я тебе не верю. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. I'll be about it then. Please allow me to take the lead. I am fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We'll follow the path east, though the forest where you were chasing after that mouse or marmot, was it? Anyway, these are trolls you need to watch out for. Я думаю, это Хайдалин пытается с ней связаться или что-нибудь такое. Но у нее не получается, наверное, потому что она менее объединена, чем мы. Или просто связь у нее хуже, чем с нами. С другой стороны, у Хайдли никогда не было проблем общения с кем-либо. Может, фон Дэниел пытается на нее как-то влиять? Fall. Это место напоминает Идилшайр. Все прикольно. Чисто стилистические вещи. Мне нравится такое, когда у разных фракций и тому подобное определенный свой стиль, который имеет что-то общее между друг другом, но в то же время уникальный. This is the foremost material archive in Sharlayan. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have a little time for such indulgence. Aww. Хоть и не дают на книжки посмотреть и артефакты. We're caught in the mist on your way here. The sprayers keep the air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to the natural forest. О, вот что это такое. Вот ответ на мой вопрос, что это за столбы. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy, in fact. I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay. Let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Она, видимо, знает, что это с ней происходит. Behold, the Archeon. As Luminum serves the Sharlayan's library archive, so does this structure houses the city's wealth of material data. Architecture, too, is similar. This building, you see, is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Прикольно, сказать. Шляпа. Well, won't learn anything of value studying out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. У меня есть этот маунт. Это игрок. Так, определенно нужно тронуть это. Ой, блин, он в воде. Кто это придумал? Кто у нас такой забавный? Фиолетовых квестов еще нету. Прикольное место. Ну, здрасте. Это мы. Вся наша труппа. Greetings. We're here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldesion, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Ah. Not us, then. I suppose I had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects it to the middle tier, yes? Why do we at least make use of that? Тоже нет. The service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyors of inventory. What? So, this is as far as we can go? I apologize for inconvenience. Please come again after the restructuring operation is concluded. By the time it will be too late. And we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for a moment, shall we? Интересно. Закрыт доступ к Students of Baldessian. Он что-то знает. Либо ему сказали доложить, когда именно студенты Балдесина туда придут. Okay. The forum must be wary of exposure, indeed, to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. The marine is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the middle circuit lies one tier below us. We're at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by a heartfelt please. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Глимеров туда пропускают, можно к ним вступить. It is likely that the people of this area are involved in the restructuring of the way or another, in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten that load. Okay. Лягух? Так. Ну, кому keep? Чё, кому keep? Здрасте. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we are just students. They won't let us into the Archeon. Even though we found... Actually, I have no idea what it is we found. There is no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around tranquility. And so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Scream. Not this little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Зеленый феррит. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out through the gate there, though. Shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be heading down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. том направлении, окей. Здесь никого не вижу. Чу-чу. Полос. О, это наш Зая. Аренвилл, привет. Quiet. You frighten it away. You'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Larkin I need to capture is close, very close. Может, я его поймаю? You wish to help me with this too. You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The kennel here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry is distinctive cow. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the river bank to claim your quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Cow, cow. Cow. You have sedated the wrong bird. Smoothly. Failed. О, да, зеленый. Он же сказал, что он зеленый. Изи. Я забыл. С первой попытки. Как бы птичку не утонула. Ау! Он озвучен, он важный персонаж.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
Мне нравится его голос, он прикольный. Судя по всему, мы с тобой задружимся, раз ты озвучен.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Да. Мы поймали Заю. Знакомьтесь, Эренвилл.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Перемещение. Или удаляют его отсюда.
It's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Below? The cold below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum.
Почему?
The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way,
Они делают
migration
ковчег.
does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
А вообще-то можешь. Дав там прокатиться на лифте.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Блин.
Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Блин.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you
Думает.
feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Good day to you. Славный Зая.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Шахта в пещере. Отправляемся глубже. Окей. Ил. Глаз. видимо, заняты с ивентом. Еще эти распылители. Влаги. Я так понимаю, это водный эфирит. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank this scholar that Erenville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. Yep. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. Oh, yes. The middle circuit, which Erenville mentioned, is the tier directly below us, like the lowest level of Labyrinthus. With its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. This must be it, the entrance to the mineshaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, I think. Well, slithering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our steps and such before we continue. Minute though it may be, this shaft was designed to resemble a natural cave system. Heed Erenville's warning and do step carefully. Banana. Assuming everything, tighten their straps and check their gear. Then I say we head on. Given the terrain ahead though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Okay. Oh, я думал, это будет какой-нибудь типа данжик. О, эти грибы-кузнечики из первого отражения. Кто меня здесь ждает? Ну, выйди из сумрака. А, блин. Бом. Давно мы не катались на своих припасах еды. Сайт меня отстал. Карно. Кто здесь? Тоже кузнечки? Здесь довольно-таки свободно. Здесь, наверное, куча мест для копки. Бонг. Эй! Кстати. Три съемов на север. Что я пропустил? Ну-ка, мы идем обратно. North-East даже. Оу, это вот здесь. Там вход в пещеру. Оу. Неважно, вот он. Oh yeah. Следующий. Northwest. 900. Ну, это здесь. На уровне ниже, я думаю.
Drink some water.
О, хорошая идея. Чё, ёк. Йоу. That mine shaft was infested with the with real caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Where did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? Чтобы прыгать на ничего не подозревающие цели. Imaiha, did you know Grail almost took a tumble back there? She didn't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Grail? I was being careful, I swear. This slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured, if you don't count my pride. Everyone seems to have made it through without any incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Ironville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Plum? Оу, здрасте. Катаются тут. Мадама. Большая мадама. Мне интересно, туда зайти можно? Да, туда можно зайти. Логистикон Альфа. Йоу, эта штука больше, чем я рассчитывал. Привет. This lift will escort passengers to the central circuit, but only those permitted access by the forum. От блин. Это немного мне напоминает Амарот. Немного. Outline. Фан Дэниел сидит только с другой внешкой. Классный. Классный жвач. Так, и в той башне мы вроде бы пытались спуститься. Нас не пустили. Снова эти головастые корнеплоды. Окей. Пойду посмотрю, могу ли я туда заглянуть. И фермочка. Мне очень нравится это место. Вот прикольно. Кажется, сюда нельзя зайти. Яп, закрыто. Бревно поперек двери. Жалко. Пара-пара-па-па. Так, где остальные? Отстаете, товарищи? Виноград, иковки. Вообще, кукуруза, кажется, дальше лежала. Ну, выросла. I know where we are. This is Mariel Agronomics. The greenhouse is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in the foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees their efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed these their labyrinthous colleagues, as I hear. More notable successes might take it to the Agora. But so exotic, you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabout, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into it. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Класс, новый круг. Это что у нас? Это яблоня. Интересно здесь музыка. Эй, Джепки. Oh, hello there. You weren't expecting visitors, not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling orders orderlies a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, littered wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds were already thoroughly researched. Isn't strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation, and was met with a vague assurance that it all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Yep, они готовятся к эмиграции. Они строят долбанный ковчег. Оу. Еще одна котя из племени М. Эй, я знаю, где твой брат тусует. Oh, it's not often to meet someone here, so obviously doesn't belong. Can I help you with something? Oh. For now at least, I'm the second most important person in this facility. Now you may think I'm shirking my duties, but even as this very moment I'm investigating how we can improve our methods. Gazing upon this waterfall calms my heart and cleans my mind of unnecessary thoughts. The living room only for brilliant ideas. Even so, inspiration takes time, and today it seems to be slower in the coming than usual. Medical agronomics is where the finest agricultural minds gather to research land specimens from around the realm and the methods by which to cultivate them. The plants grown here are also used to feed the people working on the labyrinths, straight from our field to their tables. Fresh as fresh can be. Okay, boy. Парфено. И остальные. So you spent years researching into these high-yield cultivation techniques. Я могу выйти до мишки? Нет. No entry. Did I have out to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Some of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stock of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up the slope was a job and a half. Они на какой-то холм поднимают припасы, которые отправляют. О, привет. Да я не заберусь. Просто так. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only need a good source of sunlight to grow. And the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale, in the very place upon which Labyrinthus was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsebord. It boasts a remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transert into hot, humid coastline. Transition. Such beautiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvus, before the Imperials renamed it to the Locus Amendus. The forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment. One whose climate strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthus. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Блин, то бишь Грахи, наверное, здесь бы понравилось, если он что-то вообще помнит о своей родине. Поднимаемся на холмик, куда они все стаскивают. Чаек. Чаек быстро кончается сегодня. The labels on these crates tell the story of the contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by shiver of furry plants. Shivs. Какой-то новый цветок.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Ага.
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Угу. Объясни. Продемонстрируй.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
Genau.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. There are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Йоу! Я знаю.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
Окей. Это раз во время разделения миров. Абсолютно все разделилось. Это либо цветок, который почему-то не был разделен, так же как несколько асинов. То бишь как-то этого избежал. Случайно. Либо же кто-то специально его сохранил. Я думаю, это цветок со времен, когда когда мир был единым, и асины все правили. Я думаю, он настолько древний.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets.
Я уже это сделал.
I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Мне очень хочется, чтобы Ештола на него взглянула. Так, Ямайха, пожалуйста, иди, приведи сюда Штола. Штола, цветок. Смотри, цветок. Что скажешь про цветок? Я на тебя надеюсь. Он должен быть очень... Он очень должен светиться эфиром.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the forum's undertaking.
Видимо, его эфиритовая плотность нормальная.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Хайл на него отреагировал с другой стороны.
If only we could interrogate the forum members directly.
Удачи.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Эй, Зая.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice.
Okay.
If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
А лучше извиняться, чем просить разрешения.
It might be best if you came along as well. In
Где
fact,
Крайл?
we should all...
Крайл? Я думаю, это искусственный цветок.
Cryo?
Просто кто его создал?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Я думаю, он заметит нас со своими большими ухнями. Крайл.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Хайделин. Она пытается поговорить с Хайделин. Я думаю. Я думаю, вот что происходит. It feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been. But what other choice do we have? Потом еще идет. We'll get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. Это да. Ой, блин, я сказал, хотел поговорить. Is Krell still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our worry slip away. Forgive me. My attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Yep, она смотрит цветочки. А, цветы были созданы Хайделин? Или же Ванат? Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside of Archeon. Come, we can still catch it. Обязательно ему нужно было через каких-то шмелей идти. Класс. Кто-нибудь его видит? Can still hear it. We've fallen too far behind. This time missed. You won't help matters. I've seen you stole a whispers to have a word with us. Wishes. Hold for a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, the colossal well-like structure is logistical beta, one of the labyrinth's climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But if we happen to find Erenville in a company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh! But there are other ways of turning invisible. Oh! Hibbity hop, my little toads. Goodness! Unaccustomed to transformation? Worry not. It will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? At the height. But here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Oh, which reminds me, what the creatures hear about. In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Спасибо. Have changed into a toad. Must remain transfigured in order to progress with certain quest objective. You'll return to form your transition status if you move too far away. Okay, a map for the transfigurations area. Right. Speak of the installer, they restore or prolong the transfiguration. Yeah. Stand still, and I shall recast the spell. The transformation should last long enough to allow you to find the spy upon her. Okay. Ribbit. Alfie Toad and Hallie Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objective. You cannot leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area. Да. Погнали, ребят. О, это 29 минут. Я думаю, у нас достаточно времени. Yo. Яс. Не смотри на меня так, птица. Это ты у меня запас еды, а не наоборот. Оу. Лягуха, лягуха. Мы тоже лягухи. Хорош нас. Сколько у нас здоровья? 5000, нормально. Есть какая-то дополнительная болтовня. Discuss the surroundings. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Antidote towns to face the north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the breach. Ribbit, ribbit. Alfredo attempts and fails to shake his head. But you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. Ладно, погнали. На карте больше нет у меня за разговора. Йоу, там красиво. Стоп, это... У них силовое поле есть. Вокруг центральной зоны. Интересно. Ага. Не-не-не-не. Якова, отвали. Засчиталось, он отвалил? Яс. Лягухи. Дайте угадаю, это будет папаша Альфиной и Альзы. Котя?
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
О, да. Озвучено.
So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Славная Котя.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
О, нет.
Then I will do your bidding. For now.
Великое
But unless
благо.
you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
А?
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Логично.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Он ученый. И да, он специализируется на отловле животных, поэтому вполне логично. А. Outdoor performance never worked. Apparently. I have to pay more attention the next time I see one. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put the trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharon has been called to action, and the furry declaration was the catalyst. Whatever change it is they hope to fulfill, a limit of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthus, not to mention ignore Eorze's request to aid. Что если это как-то связано с Мидгарсормом? Потому что в этом дополнении есть новый дракон, который, опять-таки, отпрыск Мидгарсорма. А Мидгарсормор, как мы помним им, я надеюсь, все это помнят, потому что я зачем-то это помню. А Мидгарсормор, когда прибыл на эту звезду, на эту планету, он заключил какую-то сделку с Хайдалин, к счастью, который является местом на жительство для драконов на этой планете. Вторая часть — это испытание нас, как чемпиона Хайдалина. И все. Но есть еще что-то в этой сделке. Потому что последний раз, когда мы его видели во время Омеги, он обратился к Хайдалин не напрямую, а просто так, вслух. Что типа, то, что он собой жертвует, это его не убьет, что Хайдалин, не беспокойся, я помню о нашем договоре. Типа того. Что, может, это как-то с Мидгарсормом связано? Может, этот договор это поручение, важное поручение, которое шарлинцы получили давным-давно. Возможно, оно пришло от Мидгарсормора. Потому что если... Это было бы логично, потому что если вы планируете что-то долгосрочное, что-то с... некий план, либо какую-то реакцию на какое-то событие, которое произойдет через 1000 лет, то драконы для этого хороший вариант, потому что они бессмертны. В плане, они не стареют, не умирают от старости. Насколько я понял. Либо они очень долго живут. Неважно. Они вроде самые долгоживущие создания здесь. Если что, на нашей стороне. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all the resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners will have offered any kind of explanation. At this point, It seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Ishtal and Kryl for a moment. See what they think of this. Плюс да, плюс еще эти два человека, которые ведущие специалисты по телепортации, они еще как-то с этим замешаны. Потому что телепортация в этом еще как-то участвует. Я не понимаю, как это может быть ковчегом. Как бы не понимаю цели ковчега. Хайдалин просила их спасти часть населения при катаклизме. Сомневаюсь. Либо это просто так запасной план на случай, если ей не удастся остановить приход последних дней. Нужно больше информации. Но, блин, уже интересно. Прям сразу любопытно. Плюс эй. Левоптиц. Фончик. Прыскал. Жалко, что не дают. А где Крайл? Штола съела криль. It's funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Where's Kryl? Хороший вопрос. Welcome back. Trust you found Endwalker then. Где Kryl? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important. Even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl. Then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming you find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return to the rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was entranced by? The rest of us can surely survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Я определенно найду его цветов. Текущая теория. Эти цветы были созданы Хайдалем. Либо Ванат. Либо любым другим асином, который пожертвовал собой для создания Хайдалем. Типа, это часть великого плана по спасению мира с помощью Хайдалем. Красиво выглядит. Тю-рю-рю-тю-рю-тю. Паркур. Yep. Коробки уже забрали. Криль.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Айдалин.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Оу. Вот что она пыталась сделать. Исключить контакт прямой для временного порабощения.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Aww.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Это очень напоминает Answers. Она перефразировала Answers. Песню.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
Пусть он будет у меня в инвентаре.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Алиса арестовали. Внезапно имперский марш. Ну, здрасте.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Yep, он нас сдал.
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
И что же это?
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
Все-таки, думаю, они пытаются полностью телепортировать город.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Он куда-то полез.
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Yep, он куда-то полез.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Он. Граха по-другому не умеет. Закрытая дверь. Понг-понг-понг. Я ее открыл. Упс, я теперь тут сплю.
I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
Не, Грах молодец.
This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Главное, он отправил нас куда подальше. Специально, чтобы защитить нас на случай, если его поймают. Чтобы нас не могли с ним повязать. Грах молодец. Но я все еще обижен на него из-за того, что он нам не доверял на протяжении всего Shadowbringers. Ух. Подзатыльник ему за это надо. Хороший такой. Красивое место. Сейчас раскроет, сколько ему лет и что он был в отражении. А может ли он возвращаться в отражение?
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Ooh. Ooh.
Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
Жон чертила, котик.
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
Неправда. Пока что. Мы до этого еще не дошли.
Our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are
капюшон сняли.
as the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Я, кажется, впервые без капюшона вижу на
These
этого.
militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Я против. Я возражаю.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Aleph Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Сейчас его заткнут.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Oh, это тонко, но разница большая.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
Вместе. Здравия. Возвращение. Как дела?
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Они с Хайдалин заключили договор?
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Они не могут об этом говорить? Физически?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Я так понимаю, Хайдалин...
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight. until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Ooh.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
That was the rest.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Ooh.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand,
Тогда мы отклонились от темы обратно.
By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Окей, он мне нравится.
Order! We will have order!
Окей, нас не изгонят.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian.
Что это
You will
подразумевает?
also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Интересно, у них автоматическая система подсчета рук? Нет, ручная.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Окей, то бишь мы не можем копать под форум.
Members, I thank you for your time. This
Но
inquiry is concluded.
чисто технически мы можем копать информацию про последние дни. Блин, у зайцев даже здесь головных уборов нету. Как их обделили, йоу. Оу. Спасибо. Thank the gods for the scholar Monty chain. Absolutely I loathe arguing in circles. My father may be right, that I am still groping in the dark for answers, but I need him to know that I would never stop searching. I owe that much to Arnold and myself. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but I do continue to claim the students as your sponsors, whatsoever you need as raised. I believe in the guiding principles of the science, and I know my grandfather would have as well. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security mammoth on my out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Его выдало то, что он кот. Он по-любому сейчас соврал. Этот момент, он, наверное, стоял на столе, и он не удержался и спихнул его со стола. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. Да. Лолджи, здравия с возвращением. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to run out more of substance here in Charlian. Hey, Master Matoya. We shall have to think very carefully about how we are to proceed from here. Мастер Матоя. Погнали к ней. Если кто-то и знает о море эфира, так это она. Ой. The overall picture has grown clearer. Yes. But it's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Вообще выглядело так, будто они физически не могут говорить об этом долге. Типа, будто их какое-то заклинание сдерживает от распространения информации о нем. Что может быть вообще наложено на них ими самими? Просто для удобства сохранения тайны. Чтобы не сполтнуть лишнего при присутствии посторонних. Как бы было бы умно. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what it may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Видимо, да. Альфреда, Алисей, it is you. О, нет, еще больше эльфов. Не знаю, какое заклинание они вложили в себя, но я знаю, что они точно вложили себе в руки. Это заклинание наложили на себя, да. When I've heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Это ваша мама? Привет. I'm Leon Silverlier, at your service. And you fine people must be the science of the Sun's Dawn. How lovely it is finally meet you. Она практически не отвечала, насколько я помню, на их письма. Mother, please. I don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father, then that you're here. Oh, bother that. I might be chastised for speaking with my own children. I am well aware that you and your master of Fortunate are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely displeased to see my darlings again. Desperate. Displeased. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Новая одежка? Я думаю, это будет новая одежка. Кстати, ее платье больше похоже на ночнушку, начиная с пояса. Timing couldn't be better. As matter stands, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with the Tancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Имайха, what do you think? Разрешение спрашивают. Имайха? Да Имайху. Здрасте. What a splendid day this has turned to be. Champion of ours, I insist that you join us. Okay. Но у меня есть одно требование. Еда халявная. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Майха. О, блин, у нее прозрачные рукава изнутри. Майха. If you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her, any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. A state visitor. I'm sure Alfino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time, but I wasn't the most... It was a different time for me, alright? О, она боится показать мне свою комнату. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Mayha? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us? I'll visit home. Fine. If we're going, then I'll get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was already perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished memories you wouldn't bring yourself to throw away. Child toys. I mean, never mind. The Vilio estate is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Да-да-да, они теперь за мной ходят. Вот их, хоромы. Ну, здрасте. Давайте поговорим о ваших хоромах. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother, or a servant, was always somewhere nearby. We could never watch fly. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, and worlds even. As children, Alfino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day. It must have been a day when his meeting ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railings to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived in that exact moment, come bounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Aww. Aww. Он боялся, что она упадет в воду и утонет. И... Бедный чел, он жован. We used to camp here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet into the fountain and splash about. Not often though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which should explain how he came to swim like an auk, and he sink like a stone. Да ничего, он научился плавать, that's нормально. Ah yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. At least I had fallen, you see, and I scraped the knee quite badly. So I tried casting this simple restoration spell I had only just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed. The joy and relief. It was, I believe, the moment I chose the healing art as the main subject of my studies. Игра, зачем ты мне показываешь, насколько они были хорошими братом и сестрой? Блин, это ж неспроста. Блин, и они ж с нами с самого начала пути. Они прибыли в Орзию прямо вместе с нами. На том же самом корабле. Это было бы чертовски поэтично, если бы они погибли. Ну, потому что это же конец глобальной десятилетней истории. Это экспанс, поэтому... Класс, а теперь беспокоюсь за их жизни. And here I at last. Please do come in. Где еда? Сразу. Кстати, про еду у меня чай кончился. Oh.
Welcome home, my lady.
Насколько эти ребята богаты? Ответ «да» не принимается.
What? What are you gawping at?
Домище ваш. Australia is all its grandeur. In all its grandeur. Science headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Just admiring the craftsmanship. Настали последние дни. Мы все умрем. Ну да. Логично. Но после этого есть еще одно обновление. Поэтому, смею предположить, не все мы умрем. Видимо, мы выживем. Видимо, поэтому мы свалим в другой континент, потому что от континентов, которые мы знаем, ничего не останется, кроме выжженных пустынь. Типа, опс, ну здесь не удалось, пойдем туда. Кстати, с возвращением. House Lure in all its grandeur.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Пожалуйста, не обращайся.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Okay.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Ooh.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Ooh. Вообще не, по имени. Я предпочел, чтобы они называли меня Мистерс Кру.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Сомневаюсь, что местные их слуги нас сдадут. Yep, новая девушка, вот что
When you
за подарок.
mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Нет, это то же самое и того же цвета.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Aww.
See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Шляпа? Или новая книжка? Вряд ли новая книжка, у них есть хорошая. Оу! Оу, да, он же класс меняет.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oops.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Что они сделают с книжкой?
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master.
Yo.
Someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Мне перчатки совершенно не нравятся.
We will, Mother. I promise.
Nope.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Ну да. Не просите разрешения, просите прощения.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Окей, заглянули. Пойдем обратно. Устроим им проблемы. Хоть с цветами. Просто еще есть. Больше ничего нет. Ага. Что ж, валим отсюда. Альфино, поздравляю с повышением. Ты наконец-таки не... этот... арканист. And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her. And I shall refrain from inquiring as to the contents of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us, as gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Yep. Интересно, сколько быстро он освоит новый класс? Моментально, думаю. Ибо того требует сюжет. Ну, здрасте. Заметили, что они переоделись? Us to feel responsible for the schism of House Levelia would be pure hubris. After all, we're merely on the outskirts of what is essentially a family affair. And yet, neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. Aww. As curious am I to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the forum is hiding. A calamity... У меня нету воды, чай кончился. A calamitous secret, whose origins lies in the ethereal sea. Diplomacy aside, however, I do not believe that Master Fortunat means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alfina's new weapons. They're far more suited for him than me. Left their order in matching outfits, by our style. But our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. Aww. If I intend to master the sage's armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same ether that I poured into the moonstone and obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Nolith as allies in battle. Simply a new form of the energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. Nolith — это имя этих... Это название этих штук, что ли? Кстати, они прикольно смоделированы. Trial? Enjoyed your time with the Leveliers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. Only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. Если они вообще вернутся домой после этого обновления. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret of the forum strives to hide. The secret the forum strives to hide. And a flower bequeathed to you by the Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once we've heard your report from the Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Окей, следующий шаг у нас простой. Мы отправляемся в Тавнаир. Нет. Мы отправляемся в Дрованию. Соскребаем с драконов все чешуйки, что можем найти. Потом мы отправляемся в Тавнаир и начинаем массовое производство амулетов, талисманов, которые защищают от порабощения. И по пути еще счищаем все чешуйки с дракона, который там Радзатханом управляет. Как его? Фритра? По-моему, там 4 согласные подряд и одногласные. Кажется, в Ритра. Но займемся мы оголением драконов позже. Потому что пока что у меня кончился чай. И Вард меня отправил идти. Поэтому я сделал небольшой перерыв. Схожу, заварю себе чаек и вернусь. Скоро буду. Парам-парам. Так, я вернулся. Вау, как далеко камера свободно улетает. Ну туда ж. Так. Что ж, продолжим. Я смею предположить, мы вернемся в Наэр. Это самое логичное. Потому что там более экстренная ситуация. Тут нам просто копать, а там нам уже можно действовать. In the dark of the tower. Да. Наэр. Since there has been progress in both investigation, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Да.
Your time in Thafnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
Yeah, Master Matoya.
Even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
Ничего, я забью.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise.
Да.
A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
Кроме падения с большой высоты, если она в прямом смысле исчезнет.
And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure the Elfino is the right group? What if I say? She knows a Helen spell or two?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
Он уже протестировал где-то. Ладно.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform
Всего-то.
Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
Погнали.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Интересно, сколько там телепортация будет стоить. Погнали. Слушай, первым делом у нас выходит... Здрасте. Первым делом у нас выходит данж. Все, продолжаю пытаться телепортироваться здесь. Типа только объединились и сразу данж. Ну ладно. Я отсюда не могу как-нибудь проскользнуть туда. Это же это место, да. Могу, оно прям рядом. Просто дворами пройти. Отжать вообще. О, у нас подвал есть. Там даже что-то видно. Вот это мне нравится. Это прикольно. Ready? You're ready for another round of aetherite testing? Then please be all means. Let's get you whisked away to Thavnair before you come to your senses. Да, погнали. Стоп, это бесплатное перемещение? Отсюда я не могу обратно телепортироваться? Нет. Пока, птица. Не-не-не, меня не устраивает. Птица, вернись. Мне страшно одному. Ну так вот. Давайте сократим дистанцию. Это не тот же чел, которого я вчера видел. Кажется, это тот же самый человек. Я знаете, что еще не проверял? Можно ли здесь нырять? По идее, во всех новых локациях можно нырять. Но я здесь не проверял. Давайте проверим. Окей, но здесь слишком мелко, чтобы нырнуть. Тут везде слишком мелко, чтобы нырнуть. То бишь, если и можно, то, наверное, вот здесь вот. Так, грифончик, если бы тебе дали летать... Жалко все-таки, что туда нельзя. Прикольное местечко. Но не пускают. Валрос. Это не Валрос какой-нибудь, это Валрос. Да, люди. Мы пришли. Oh, our friend of yours here. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warden scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat and have ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. To pray for your safety and success. Oh! То бишь никакой прелюдии, просто сразу вперед погнали. Крошить. Ладушки. Okay. Okay. This is the future of authorized travel. I think I'll stick to boats. Aye. No warning, however emphatic. He could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. Здравствуй, аватар дракона. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, I should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Свои руки соскребает. Oh, thanks. With these we can go anywhere. We can go anywhere. Those with the blessing of light can go. Да, здрасте. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. I've been waiting for this day. I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know. In that case, they're all yours from now on. I'll be waiting for this day. Наконец-таки. So have we, my friend. So have we. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. I and her hand will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will attend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summoning. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of the Venerian myth. That is 3. As we have no prior experience with such foes, I exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. Ладушки. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thevnair, nay, the entire world, who must prevail. Интересно, сколько отключение одной башни помешает Феррофалою? Да, это данж. Окей. С NPC-шками пойдем. Или танком идти? Не, я хочу урон наносить. А он с нами не пойдет. Какая печаль. Once. Это не слоны, это кто такие были? Это что за... Это что-то из Power Rangers. A foul place, this. Let us proceed with caution. They seek to bar our path. The only way is through. Yep. Можно мы и дальше в 8 пойдем? Нет, стоп, просто раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6. 8. Zod Armored End. Не, ну серьезно, это что-то из Power Rangers. Oh gods. Hannah. We'll free you from this place, I promise. Oh, ладно. Ее бы не задеть чем-нибудь ауешным. Тут маджишит. Ой. Бум. О, бедный слоник. Погнали the ship. I sense a great surge of ether, as if a summoning has begun. А вот и сестры. Look, those beastie masks. It's a Menusa. Life. Goal will focus on the sustain of the Orchestradora. The rest of you must keep going. Onwards and upwards. Okay. Нас теперь 4. Дыш, 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 дыш. По громкости вроде, да, по громкости нормально. Окей, мы прилично снимаем. Ничего, я сейчас пока снимать, активировать не буду. То прибережем Бахамут для следующей стычки. Вперед на него. Не кажется ли, компаньоны начали более активно прыгать по противнику? Готов. Прикольный монстряга. Оп, первая сестра. This is an abomination. Perversion of people's faith. Mindurara. Okay. Be gone from our tower. На себя посмотрим. А, это младшая сестер. Воу-воу-воу-воу-воу. Музыка. Вот что это делает. Типа шарик закатывается в лунку, а потом взрывается лунка. Новый шарик. Два новых шарика, окей. Ау. Ну-ка, этих шариков два вида. Два типа лунки. Одна взрывается, другая взрывается по-другому. Ну чё, пока все нормально. Сейчас опять шарики будешь пускать, да? Да, первый шарик. Визуально я между ними разницы не заметил. Кажется, эти шарики одинаково лет. Лунки. Чу-чу-чу-чу. Шаговая башня. Лестница в башне. Опять шарики призывает. Окей. Кажется, это просто рандомно. Boom. So I have chosen defiance. Onward to the upper floors. Oh, сундук. Такое уже где-то выпадало. Ил, рог. Парам-пам-парам. Ию, о, уф. Добро, пожалуйста, обратно в натилоид. Не, давайте так. Нормально. О, ну пока всякая мелочь. Сундука не вижу. Иу. Иу, это что такое? Иу. Я не знаю, что это, но нет, спасибо. Какая-то черная жижа. С ртом. Бонг. Эти готовы? О, еще один босс. Hypertuned. А, здесь есть сундук. Вроде нормально пока. Он плохо сгруппировал. Вообще эти NPC-шки. Ладно, давай тобой займемся. What is it made of, I wonder? Это плоть. Надо бы еще плоть чего это? Еще слоны. Не. Это они глушить могут. А. Потому что не мог воспользоваться способностью. Вот это вот. Интересненько, дебафы. Royal Guard. Ау, я думаю, все. Не все. Виноват. Я думал, Лиза более эффективно. Еще один Hypertuned. То бишь ты даже не босс. Так.
I have you now.
Минус лиса. Стоп, она отпрыгнула или ее откинули? Я не понимаю, я эту группу достаю вообще или нет? Эту группу не доставал в это время. А, пустую строковую я пустил. Дю-дю-дю-дю. Да-да, разбирайтесь с этой ручищей. Су-20. Прикольно. А вот это уже босс. Эй, вторая сестра. Средняя. The tower must be protected. Да, мы это уже слышали. We shall not let it fall. Ага. Жалко, что они могут идти и атаковать. You shall not steal away our prosperity. Ow. И как узнать, которая из них настоящая? Слабенький лимит брейк, ну ладно. Он всего один у тебя был. Ау. А мне опять прошло. Всё. Эй, мы ее почти сбили. А которая просто стоит, что ли? У меня было достаточно времени, чтобы скастовать его. Бонг. Yeah. Minus 3. If I alone cannot expel you, it shall by a limitation of divinity then. Рукавнички для драгуна? Нет. А. И для магических классов тоже. Любопытно. Привет. Это мне очень напоминает финальную зону Baldur's Gate 3. I believe we are reaching the summit. Yep. Знаете, учитывая все, что произошло за это время, могли бы уже высокоточные какие-нибудь снаряды, которые зол скидывали бы, разработать. Просто отправлять сюда жителей степи на их птицах. Не пришлось бы подниматься на эту высь. Можно было бы просто с высоты скинуть на нее что-нибудь лопающееся активно. Даже не обязательно взрывающееся. Можно какую-нибудь кислоту это все облить. Йоу! Штука большая. Эй! Еще один пинки. Вум. Что вообще делает? АОЕ. Ну, АОЕ урон тоже урон. Зод. Жух. Я так понимаю, мне не придется разбираться с каждой башней по отдельности. Я думаю, сейчас выйдет так, что это будет тестовое избавление от башни. А со всеми остальными башнями будут разбираться уже специализированные отряды обычных людей с талисманами, которые защищают от поражения, и все. Эта башня, по идее, самая проблемная, потому что здесь 3 разных праймала. В то время как в остальных... С другой стороны, они... Раз их 3, может, каждый из них 3 раза слабее, чем праймал из обычных башен. Ил. А, это драконий дизайн. Интересно. Еще один рескин. Да, хотя бы приятный цвет. Очень приятные цвета, кстати. Эй, у нас гость прикатился. Мародер. Держите палочки Альфино, появляются противники периодически. Интересно, что они в этот вот опять. Интересно, что они в этот момент делают. Слишком много эффектов, чтобы понять, который из них относится к Альфино. Блин, место прикольное. Stay focused. Now is not the time of mistakes. Ooh. Armored weapon. Чу-чу-чу-чу-чу. Один Тенкри там где-то впереди. Мы все позади сидим спокойно. Не, ну Алиса еще иногда прыгает вперед. Так уж и быть. Она тоже участвует в ближнем бою. Ау. Меня заставили шагнуть в сторону. Это, наверное, было бы невыносимые требования для драматурга. Хорошо идет. Нам осталось всего 2 точки. А, и вон центральная арена. Видимо, нам осталась 1 точка. Центральная арена. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. А почему? Зачем? Зачем тебе защищать? The Magus Sisters. О, все 3 будет здесь. А, ты не одна будешь. Я так понимаю, это объединит все их атаки. Эй! Все обошли, все исследовали. I suppose we should have expected a third sister. Это музыка, вау! To persist in your desperation. Desecration. Then face the full wrath of the Magus. Йоу, окей. А это было много чего за раз. Это замедлило нас? Нет, мы получаем урон со временем. Окей. Давайте бонусы дадим нашим. И больше критов. Tempest Smite our foe. Что мне только что дело? Лина толстая. В плане урона, который она может наносить, выдержать. Окей. Окей. От всего вернулся успешно. Вау. Я еще не помер. Пока что, пока что. Почти что добили сестру старшую. Просто если мы ее добьем, придется ли нам добивать младших сестер? И давай, 2%. Понг. Видимо, нам придется их добивать. Ладно. Все набросились на младшую. Мы присоединимся к остальной группе. Криты и все. Решим на шанс крита. Нет. Это просто 5% к урону. И осталось только среднее. Страдай. Успел я? Успел. GG! Levelus Apus. Поньк. Их не стало. Ага, мы избили ваших богов. Истинен. Прибег. Тут как тут. Он оступился просто в самом начале. Уе, вам. Вот здесь что-то светится. Но интересно именно обычную одежку посмотреть. В смысле на торс, ноги и прочее. Что отсюда выпадает. Как тебе тут? Seems to have been the limit of the tower's defenses. From what I can tell, the summoning appears to be over. Эй. GG. Хорошая пати. 7 combinations.
Is everyone all right?
Привет, Криль.
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Вот и ответ на твой вопрос. Все тихо на данный момент.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
Наконец-то спрашиваем у специалиста.
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
О, нет.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core.
Ага.
A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Чисто... Пыньк. Готово. Человеческая конечность внутри. Чья по чем? Почему? Не, главное, чья?
And that should be the end of it.
сказал он.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Wow!
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Он телепортирует всех? Это же огромнейшее количество эфира. Он всех телепортировал.
What happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood, but 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Как Граха. Он воспользовался огромным количеством эфира.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment.
Oh.
Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Граха.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Если они были в курсе происходящего.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
Yeah.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions!
Эй, привет.
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
Мы победили, пожалуйста.
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Нам потребуется очень много телег. Да, и мы их всех вернули. Уже хорошо. Уже очень-очень хорошо. Куда остальные свалили? Estinian! Phew. Getting all this matanga may have been the true struggle. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Aratsathan for treatment. Alle säger ni stolle. will oversee the administration of the treating of tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Мы в город отправляемся. Давай, теперь с этими писишками могу это пройти. The Jewel of the Nair. Мы в город идем. По-настоящему теперь. Had enough rest, have you? You never have one for being idle. You never wore one for being idle. Right. What hand bade us to come to Mahadeta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Oh wait, on second thought, Eunistinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour to the great work. We'll have Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Да. Just you and me then. The guardsman at the gate should have us through. Так, если ты без грахи вернешься, я тебя бонг книжкой. Она тяжелая. When we delivered Graha to the alchemists, they were not a little excited. Perhaps it was Nathana's rescue that brought them joy, but given their fascination with Estinian, I'm not quite sure. Yep. Котяра с алскими глазами, который помимо этого еще и перезаписал свои собственные воспоминания. И душа которого побывала в другом измерении. Это жирно. Это должно быть для них любопытно. Нет, хорошо. В ролике до этого он мне понравился. Был красочный такой. Любопытно на него теперь вживую взглянуть. Кишка медленные у меня маунты тут. Поползем. Мы стараемся. Там еще не был, меня туда еще не отправляли. Наконец-то. Истинен. With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Вот логично. Honored Science. You are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should it require direction in the city, the sentry station at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Заблудиться в городе? Нет. Эй. Royal Rise. Глаз мы прошли. Эй, Разатхан. О, я с тобой вообще-то поболтать должен был. Виноват. Я пошел сразу кристалл трогать. Привет. Though I have been in Razathan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your guide too, as your tour guide, like certain others. Oh. Он с нами идет. Я могу с ним поболтать где-нибудь? Нет. Нечестно. Не-не-не-не. Прикольное место. Ah, Mistress Imaha, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Marharata, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzatan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed, and the Aetheryte disabled. Oh. As such, I will provide you with an alternative path. First, please ascend the steps next to the mountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paksa path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ravida Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Стоп, вдоль горы. Ты гидом не хочешь работать, а я тебя заставлю. Например, что это? Ah, yes. I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle. The treasure vault of one of Razatan's wealthiest families. Portal? They took the gold of the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck. Or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that acts as portals. Find one, and you gain access to the vault. Oh, я случайно туда попадал. Я попадал туда, я в одиночку эти сокровища закупленные открываю, поэтому меня там избили, и я ушел. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Смогу ли я сюда притаскивать просто бутылки с сокровищами, чтобы их здесь автоматом открывать и получать доступ именно туда, куда я хочу? То бишь в эту лотерейную комнату. О, внутрь. Йоу. Мне нравятся новые локации. Они очень сильно разнятся от прошлых. Кроме Старого Шарлина. Старый Шарлин очень напоминает Идлшайр. То логично. Он просто почище, людей народу побольше, просторнее и все дела. Но мне очень понравилась подземная локация. Вот этот погребок Карленский. Он великолепный. Этот городок пока что классный. Heading to Mahadata, Maya. In that case, please follow this hallway to my right. And go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing. Another sentry would be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ravida fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Я чую разговор со Стинином. Wow. Igniting a wave. How to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say, Americ would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry. And if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Практично ты наш. Здесь... Я отсюда выйти куда-то могу? Шелкопряды. Что я вижу? И этот со мной залез сюда. Умный. Зачем ты туда за мной полез? Блин, лестница хорошая, потому что она за границей. Еще камушек. Сколько камушков пустил? 0 пока что. Пока что. Ну-ка, я могу выйти посмотреть, как это выглядит? О, да, я могу сюда выйти и осмотреться. Мирафоний. Могли бы леса туда понатыкать, ну ладно. Привет. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. I have business at Mahadata. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps, and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Okay. По прямой и через мост. Сложно промахнуться. До дошки. Ты катался на Додо? Remember passing by here with Warshan. the situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. I has yet to return to normal here. But then when it does, he ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, and the food is quite good, I'm partial to hams myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. What? Мост. Гробные виноградники. Где же этот мост может быть? Вопрос. Наверное, он тут. Да, вот мост какой-то. О, я тут пройти могу. Стоп. Там что-то есть. Блин, красивое место. О, мы там были. Я не могу туда прыгнуть. Не допрыгну. Я могу туда прыгнуть, но я не допрыгну. Скорее всего. Можно, конечно, попробовать. До свидания. Не обращайте внимания на внезапного гостя. Все нормально, все хорошо. Она старая. Бум. Activated. Сколько я играю в эту игру, я только сейчас обратил внимание, что эфириты, которые ты не трогал, они не светятся в городах. Да, ты шустрый. Окей. Это, видимо, не тот мост был. Здесь вот что-то еще похожее на мост. Может, туда? Центральный феррит, как сказали, отключен. Но это не беда. Это одна и та же мелодия, просто в разной стилистике. Это одна и та же мелодия вот этой новой песни, которую я не могу разобрать, которая в Шарле не играет. И гора. Ва! Это красивое место. Здесь, на удивление, прилично народу. Да, он отключен. Как и было предсказано. На улице уже темнеет. Это еще домики. Оу. Hall of the Radiant Host. Это, я так понимаю, офис нашего товарища. Типа, это его домишка, а это его офис. Наверное, они взаимосвязаны. Типа, они, наверное, связаны проходом каким-нибудь. Окей, осталось 2 места всего. Тут может быть какие-нибудь мосты. Вот тут, наверное, что-то похожее на мост. Очень сложный городок, очень легко запутаться. Дю-дю-дю-дю. О, рынки. Рынок этот напоминает немного то, что в Лимсламинте. Оп, оп, оп. Ни одного Хротгара не видел. Ни одного Микота. Ты мне кого напоминаешь? An adventure? Don't see many of your kind. I mean, through Balshan Bazaar. Well, do stay a while. You'll find all manner of wares here. Though not at the moment. Supplies are a little lackluster these days. What with all this going on, place won't last long at this rate. У тебя нет сестры в Герабане? Чуть не дотрогал. Надо получше потрогать. Оу. Нашел хорошее место для отдыха. Йоу. Очень хорошее место для отдыха. Чу-чу-ру-чу. Вот эту комнату мне пока что единственная, которая не нравится. Очень пустая. What I would give to find an expert artisan. Of handleable эти above. Мне кажется, таковых нету вообще. Стоп! Как я могу это пропустить? Стой! 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 Yeah. Естественно, наступил уже на хвост. Нет. Хвост слишком высоко для него. Ха-ха-ха. Не достанет. О, химическая лаборатория. Огромная алхимическая лаборатория. Паркур! Ау. И что же это у нас за место-то? Где же я мог пропустить этот мост? Ты уверен, Лазур Драгуна? И не такое доставал. Не, выход слишком высоко для него. Ну ладно. Пошли туда, куда нам надо по заданию. Там осталось только центральный перед тронуть и все. Мост! Нам, наверное, сюда. вот и хоромы с 4 огромными печными трубами. Хорошо дракон устроился здесь. Оу! Ау. Ну как шардом всем. Оттянулись. Здравствуй. Greetings and welcome to Manhattan. May I inquire after your business? My business is not your business. We are members of the Science of the Sounds Dawn. Come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course. I have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber. If you would please follow me. Жирное местечко. Я слонов этих не заметил в прошлый раз. Он в Ритро или в Мритро?
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
Это что означает?
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Эй, спасибо за спасение наших жрениц.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
Знакомый актер озвучки. Кого он еще от вас слышал?
And set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
Он еще кого-то в финалке озвучивал.
No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Ладушки. Нам дали бумажку. Теперь мы в городе не букашка.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Khan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
О, Хралс в игре есть. И Midgard's Armor.
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company.
Да, они родились уже после
He
разделения
alighted
мира.
upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
Так, уже интереснее.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
История. Я люблю истории.
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Последний бастион надежды.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
Он еще не
We
отреагировал.
must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Он еще не реагировал на наши действия. Этот фан Дэниел.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Это вопрос или нет? В смысле, он умер? Я думал, что он перезаряжаться ушел. Думал, он просто слишком сильно уставший, он типа измотан.
I know of his clash with Omega and the long slumber which was his price.
Окей, окей. Он все еще перезаряжается. Он жив.
Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained amidst God's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Да. Мы всех сейчас вспоминать будем, да? И последний будет Арчифант, естественно. Yep. Мы давно никого не теряли.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
И вы пришли.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Не достает покоя мидгарсормовские такие слова, что эта звезда — это последний бастион надежды. Что это его ответ на вопрос, типа, сфига он выбрал именно эту планету из всех миллиардов, что есть во Вселенной. Что если? Что если цивилизация, которая создала Омегу, наделала столько этих Омег, что они вычистили всю Вселенную, кроме этой планеты? Меня теперь это будет беспокоить. Our apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. So, what were you and Rita talking about? Ничего особенного. Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead the High Crucible. I'll catch up with them. Like his sister Tiamat, Vritra is possessed of a gentle soul. I'm glad they are on our side. Где Tiamat, кстати? The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Council. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. Сила телепортации на моей стороне. Бегают тут всякие зайки. Зайки прикольные, но... их ухья, их каменные, стальные, холодные, недвижимые ухья меня беспокоят. Они не дают мне покоя. У микота в движении уши не двигаются, но... хотя бы в эмоутах они двигаются. Хоть сколько-то. Хоть в случае, как мне кажется, они не двигаются во время ходьбы и прочего. I understand the mulberries or the silkworms. Grown a stone throw away from the satrap residence. It gives it the quintessential Tavnarian flair, don't you think? From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and pass the mulberries. Блин. Я знаю, мне сюда вот. Мне сюда вот. Просто пустите меня туда. Я только понял, что это жираф. Нет, стоп, это слон. Я сперва подумал, что это жираф. Типа, ноги, шея, голова. Нет, слон. Ноги, голова. Обод. Все стилизовано под слонов. The word huge apparently means bind in the local tongue. And this district is so named because it connects all others in the city. If we manage to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible. Was I was told. There the step turns. Enter the door straight ahead and descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Razathan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. У них, естественно, слишком много дверей. А в остальном нормально с ориентацией. Как бы проходишь так. Ты сюда можешь попасть, либо не так. Не знаю. Просто понятно, пожалуйста, мы здесь отсюда вернемся к началу самому. Ooh. It seems we're on the right track. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good. And there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall. Then pass straight through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Окей. Нарядец. Ну как он будет смотреться на меня? Окей. Стоп, а его можно покрасить? Да, его можно покрасить. А, его нельзя сделать прям совсем белым-белым. Да. Зато теперь красным можно сделать. Не. Не. Такое себе. Так, других синих квестов здесь нету. Нету. Это похоже на какое-то создание. Типа глаза, рот. Не знаю, шляпа, как у Папы Римского. Руки, пузо. Сколько их тут? Excellent. You're in time to hear the latest good news. The students have previously turned to Rasad Han's alchemists for help with the analysis of various artifacts. That is how I became acquainted with Nathana. I'm glad we could rescue her, and pray she make a full recovery. I'm quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the ether I spent, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think a sampling of the local delicacies is in order. Hamsa cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps. Justinian. As I heard it, after you defeated Nidhogg, his scales found their way into the hands of the armament's artisans. Steeped in power as they are, it's no surprise that they were coveted. Still, it is a strange legacy by the vengeful Wyrm. There's an immense laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help forge the warding scales, I wonder? Isu. Просто Isu. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Йоу, планы. Большие планы.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Oh, нет, она улетает.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then.
Эти трое валят.
Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
А? Ты в порядке?
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Oh, это Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Пока что. Временно. Все еще изменится. О.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Талисманы.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Ага.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
Это цветок, который меняет свой цвет в зависимости от
How
эмоций.
unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
Hmm.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
Limit break.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
Oh.
I
really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Класс, они объяснили, что такое лимит брейк. С технической точки зрения.
For Charlian, then. I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Йоу, это имеет смысл. Омега пытался понять, что происходит, но не смог. Потому что он тоже видел эти две энергии как одно целое, как только этот эфир. Потому что он не знал, не подозревал существование этой Акаша. Это неважно. Скажи мне больше. The last thing I remember before being absorbed into the wall was you rushing towards me. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours, Mudhead, have had to overcome to rescue us. Мы сгоняли в город-библиотеку, погуляли там по садам и вернулись. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude, but I hope the flower's radiant glow says everything I cannot. Уф, 1300. Уф. Крайне любопытно. Это крайне любопытно. Если оно так и есть, если тут реально существуют две разные энергии, это эфир и Акаша. Если они могут взаимодействовать... Привет. Мне нужно больше информации об этой Акаша. Надо отправить нашу Котю в библиотеку. It's good to be back. And with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. But now, we'll have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Sandra suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Imaiha. Ryle has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower, and have the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Да. Хлебушек. Ном-ном. О, нет, не ном-ном, он мерзкий хлебушек. Despair.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
Бургеры?
Bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Бургеры? Скажи, что это бургеры. Это бургер. И пицца. Йоу, посмотрите на эту пиццу. Я не понимаю этого нежелания есть огурцы или лук в бургерах.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
Печеньки с шоколадом.
To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Удачи с этим.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Эй, он добрался до
Speaking of
мяса.
one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Она, видимо, его и создала.
Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Черт! Он слишком низкий. Объясняет, почему он до сих пор Тия. Опять луна. Are we pushing on until dawn? You know, these are my quarters. Are we pushing till dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Ah. Оу, привет. Тебя не хватало. Опять луна.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled. And I need not tell you by whom.
И ты это допустил?
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether.
Для чего вы его выкачиваете?
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats.
Мне нравится, насколько он безумный.
But then came the light. Blinding and pure and hot. So very hot. Enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
Как поэтично.
Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Они собираются повторить тот трюк, что был... Что они провернули в первом отражении? Сорт. О, тут снежок. О, миленько. Что ж, я думаю, я на этом на сегодня закончу. Спасибо всем за взглянул. Удачи и до встречи в следующий раз. Пока что.